Oh, it's because it's under David Files. It always does in order to David Files get fired.
Oh,
And then you have to go
it's there to
and
refer to if I need it. I don't know.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Planning and Development. It's a great pleasure to see a lot of new members as well as some returning members. Congratulations to everyone on their electoral success. Before we move on to the agenda, members, I think it would be appropriate for us to ask Mr. Tobin to write to all of the previous members and those who regularly attended the board but were not members, and thank them for their contributions and their service to the authority. So some members, like Councillor Chambers, who regularly attended but wasn't a member of the board all the time, decided not to stand. Others, like Councillor Hancock and Councillor Mawson, did stand and were not successful. All of them, I think, gave their time freely and generously, and it would be appropriate for the board to thank them for what they did.
Yeah.
Are you all content that we do that?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Members, as you'll be aware, there was some planning training, I think, last week, and I know most members were able to go, but some weren't. I think it's important to say to everyone, whether you attended the training or you didn't, if you don't feel that you understand the planning issues thoroughly enough to make a decision, you can ask for more guidance from the planning officer, or you can absent yourself from the conversation. It's important for good local government that we are able to show clearly that members understand the law and planning policy. So if you have any doubt over your level of understanding or your competence to reach a decision, please let us know. Now, I have to say, that's a bit of a tongue in cheek. I mean, I've been on planning board since I was 27, and I'm still not sure I understand it thoroughly. But look, there have been issues with some councils where people have raised objections to these decisions because, in their view, the members showed inadequate understanding of the issue. So this is really just to say, if you are in any doubt, please let us know. We'll try and arrange additional training, and don't feel obliged to actually vote on that application. There's no shame in saying you need to learn more. We all need to learn. So, agenda item number 1 is the evacuation procedure. We're not expecting, I'll say this every meeting, we're not expecting any alarm tests or drills tonight. So if the fire alarm does sound, please assume that it is a genuine emergency and leave the building by the nearest safest exit, which is likely to be that door, or if not, through the civics route entrance that you all entered the building by. Please don't simply leave the building, as the council has a list of everyone who's here, and the last thing we'd want to do is for the fire brigade to have to run around the building looking for somebody that's gone home for a cup of tea. Apologies for absence or members away on official business. Mr. Tobin.
So we have apologies from Councillor Parsons, and substitute it's Councillor Owen Phillips, and we have apologies from Councillor Ryrie, and substitute is Councillor Bond.
Members, are you happy to note those apologies? Thank you. And to the two substitutes, welcome to the meeting. I hope you enjoy it. Agenda item number 3 is disposal of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest. Does anyone have anything to disclose? Councillor Ryrie?
Yeah, I am employed as the clerk to Dordon Parish Council, and as such, I have an awareness of the Long Street Dordon application, which is application 0350 on tonight's agenda.
Yeah,
Councillor Barr?
item 8B, which was application 0164. There was a concern raised by Atherstone Town Council, and I'm a sitting member on that council.
So would you, are you going to take part in the conversation?
I will probably sit out of that one.
Okay. Did you, sorry, I'm not being nosy. Did you vote on the application at Atherstone Town Council?
Yes.
Okay, then you probably should not take part. Thank you. Members, anything else? Well, next item is the minutes of the board held on the 3rd of April. Are you content that I sign the minutes as a true and accurate record? So moved. And seconded. Thank you very much. Those in favour? Thank you. Well, you probably be aware that we have a large number of public speakers this evening, so to avoid keeping members of the public unnecessarily, if you don't mind, we'll move straight on to the planning applications and then come back and do the procedural items of business later. So the first item is for land 800 metres south of Park House Farm Nowden Road, Longley. We have two speakers. The first of which is Diana Wardley, who is here in person. Ms. Wardley, if you take the speaker's chair while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just run through the slides and I'll come back to the report in a minute. These are repeats of what you have on your agenda papers in front of you. Application site there edged in red. Obviously, this is the M6 motorway. So it's immediately north of the M6 motorway. And this is the Meriden Road, which comes from Forlongley here, down under the motorway, past the Heart of England site, which members are fully familiar with, obviously down into Meriden. As you can see, it's quite a large site, but it's outside the village of Forlongley. In terms of an aerial photograph, the yellow dotted lines are all the public footpaths. As you can see, there's one that crosses the western half of the site, but there's also one on the other side, and these are on the other side of the motorway. Visibility may not be possible from those particular footpaths, and these footpaths go into Forlongley, as you can see up here on that particular slide. Again, this is the proposed layout, and members that have seen similar applications will recognise this in terms of the arrays. And also all the other equipment, as you can see, dotted around through the site. The public footpath is down here, as you can see. The other public footpath was on this site with the motorway down here. The application, Mr. Chairman, as you're aware and the report indicates, is just for a report at this stage. For the new members, we sometimes do an initial report so that members are fully aware of the content of the application before we bring it back to you for full determination. At the moment, obviously, we haven't got consultation responses back, and the applicant is obviously we're looking at those responses and seeing whether he wishes to amend the application or not. However, the report goes through the details of the site, proposals in some detail, also the submitted documentation that we've got with the application, together with at the end on the observation section a short outline of the issues that are involved. The recommendation, Mr. Chairman, as you can see, is that the report be noted, but that we visit the site as we have done with the other solar farm applications in the borough. I've got no further issues, Mr. Chairman. I'll answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Wardley, Mr. Tobin will explain the reasons and the regulations regarding public speaking to you, but I was like to say welcome to the Council House. You're very pleasant to see you. Mr. Tobin.
Good evening. In a moment or two, you'll be given 3 minutes in which to address the board. And so what I'll do is I'll let you know when that 3 minutes commences. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Then if you're still speaking at the end of that time period, I'll let you know that the time's finished. So your 3 minutes starts now.
I'm a member of the Forlongley Parish Council who have asked me to attend tonight. There are a number of issues that concern parishioners, and I've been asked to speak about those. So the first is flooding issues. The village has suffered 2 once in a 100-year events flooding the middle of the village in the last 12 years, and more recent ones have been prevented by the presence of a flood alarm. And residents then go and climb into the Bourne Brook and clear the screen repeatedly so that it doesn't actually build up. The main source of the problem is the Bourne Brook, and it gets a lot of runoff from the motorway when storms hit. There is a suspicion that this huge area of solar panels will increase the runoff into the Bournebrook rapidly. Bournebrook runs along the bottom of the site. There are already uninsurable houses in the centre of the village, and making the flooding worse is a real concern. We're also concerned by the scale of the development proposed, which absolutely dwarfs the village, and just seems to belong to the character of the village. The quality of the land and food security is another issue that parishioners have mentioned. It's good quality arable land. It's been productively farmed for many years and should continue to be so in the view of many. We understand that sheep farmers are apparently unwilling to graze sheep under solar panels due to perceived risks to sheep. So that's unlikely to occur, meaning the land will not be producing any food. Visibility is also an issue due to the topography. The report before you mentions a very few houses that will be affected, but there are in fact most of the houses at Coventry Road have visibility of the site and will be seeing these from the backs or the fronts of their houses.
Have 1 minute remaining.
So that's a concern. We would also like to note that when preparing the neighbourhood plan, Longley Parish Council were told by NWBC that we couldn't include a policy about the green belt and trying to preserve it, because despite the fact there's strong evidence that the parishioners wanted it, because the green belt would be protected by existing policies. So we really like you to do that, please. And finally, we're not anti-solar panels, we're just anti-solar panels in the wrong place. And this many so close to our village would have a seriously detrimental.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for our speaker?
No, I do, Chair. I'm very concerned about flooding. I've seen the flooding personally over the years, and I've seen lots of photographs. Is there a natural runoff from that area to the Bournebrook?
Yes, I mean, it slopes down towards the Bournebrook, which runs through the bottom of the site. So if the presence of solar panels does actually increase the runoff, as we suspect, and these floods tend to happen actually in the summer months when the ground's hard. They're not winter floods. So if you get a deluge in the summer, you just run straight into the Bournebrook, and the volume that comes into the village is phenomenal.
Thank you. And in terms of dwarfing the village, nobody's entitled to a view, and we talked about Coventry Road being able to, everybody be able to see it. But in terms of the size of the village, it's bigger than the village, I believe.
Way bigger. We actually, in the response the parish council sent to the to the planning application, there is a visual of the size of the site superimposed over the village, and it is multiple times the size of the village itself.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from members? Thank you very much indeed. Our next speaker is Lee Adams. Mr. Adams, I understand you are supported by two heavies to help you out if you can't answer the question.
Just the one. Chair. For now.
He prefers Minder.
Mr. Adams, welcome to the meeting, and your colleague, you are both very welcome. Just for a change, Mr. Toadman will now explain the rules for engagement on public speaking.
I know you've probably just heard me saying this, but I'll make sure I repeat it so everyone's clear. In a moment, you're given 3 minutes in which to address the board. So I'll let you know when that 3 minutes starts, when you have 1 minute remaining, and then if you're still speaking at the end when your time's up. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Lee Adams, European Sales Director at Enviromina, the application for the project. We're a UK-based renewable energy company based in Reading, delivering safe and reliable renewable technology over 15 years worldwide. We prioritise safe working conditions, care for the environment, respect our employees and communities, and have a clear commitment to leave places in a better condition than we arrived. Strong focus on creating opportunities for local people, and we always use local labour where possible. The proposed solar farm will offset 15,800 tonnes of carbon each year with a capacity of 46 megawatts to generate enough energy to power approximately 11,000 homes, which is equivalent to 25% of the whole of North Warwickshire's housing, in addition to generating over 75,000 per annum in business rates payable to the council.
Project will make a valuable contribution towards the achievement of the government's UK Net Zero Strategy, 2022 British Energy Security Strategy, and support the aspirations outlined in North Warwickshire's Climate Change Action Plan. Our application is for a temporary period of 40 years, at which point the site will be decommissioned and restored to its current condition. The scheme has been supported by a full suite of planning assessments demonstrating that landscape and visual matters, impact and character, transport and access, flood risk, and ecology matters have been assessed. The proposal will increase the biodiversity of the site with a 65% net gain in habitat units, 12% gain in hedgerow. These enhancements are provided by meadow grassland and creation and native hedgerow planting. Our plans include the creation of amphibian habitat box, creation of reptile basking areas, and the integration of at least 6 bird boxes and 4 bat boxes. And contrary to comments from the parish, sheep is welcomed on solar farms. We have sheep on our existing solar farms across the country. And this is something we have to be discussing with the landlord should we be successful. Following the responses provided by the parties consulted on the application, we have an action plan to address comments, submission of an updated transport plan, full geophysical survey of the site, and further ecology studies instructed through surveys of nearby ponds and presence of great crested newts. In addition to working with local flood authorities to carry out studies on the land and to demonstrate that solar farm development will cause no detrimental impact on the local area in terms of flooding. Whilst disappointingly slow from our side, we continue to seek a meeting with the local flood group to hopefully improve the current condition. As to date, we've got no meeting confirmed, despite a number of chances and opportunities for us to try and speak with the local flood community. We've engaged extensively with the local community, including meeting the parish over 3 times, in addition to means of a letter drop. Our solar farm proposal, I was just going to say thank you at the end, so you got me right at the end. So if you'll allow me to thank you.
Thank you as always. Members, do you have any questions for our speaker? Councillor Gosling.
Is there any evidence previously that the solar panels have increased flooding in any other areas? Have you known it's been an issue? And we are concerned, there's been concerns expressed about the glare on the M6.
Taking your first question, all of our previous sites, we carry out comprehensive flood surveys. Sometimes the local authority and the flood groups will insist that we install additional swales. This particular site, we've did flood studies, and the independent studies have confirmed that it won't increase flood risk. What we have been made aware of at the local flood groups that they have got flooding issues currently without the solar farm. The parish council and the flood group have stated that they have tried to raise funding for measures and actually install measures on this particular land, and previously been refused by the landlord. We have offered to A, fund those measures, and B, install them on the land to deal with the current issues. And today, despite trying to engage with the flood group and meet them and email them, and we've had numerous meetings, refused, cancelled, and we've had nothing presented to us to help put forward as a measure. But we have openly offered that. We've been really trying for a period of 3 or 4 months now. On the
Can I clarify that is a voluntary undertaking, that you are seeking to agree with the parish council and residents and not part of the application?
We are happy for it to be a condition of planning. But at this stage, it's voluntary. We're trying to engage with the members, and we've had 2 meetings now cancelled. But we've said to the case officer, and with respect, head of planning, the case officer, that if there is a condition of planning, that means we need to install measures that we would like to improve current condition as well as deal with any concerns. We're more than happy for that to be conditioned.
And sorry, I don't wish to put on, but as we have a number of new members, I just want to be clear as to where we are. So, Mr. Tobin, the nature of a voluntary undertaking as regards its relevance to the determination and application.
If it achieves its planning purpose, is connected to the site and achieves a planning objective, then that's fine. There are other measures that could be entered into if consent was granted. Obviously, Section 106 agreements, etc. So those could be explored when the board's at the stage of making its decision. In itself, if it's for purpose directly connected to that application and the application site, then it's material consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Godwin?
Just about the glare on the M6.
So Glynaglair, we've got solar farms all up and down various motorways, and a comprehensive Glynaglair has been taken forward. And at the moment, we've got no objections from the likes of highways that would have an issue with Glynaglair. If anyone's been down motorways and train lines and things, we've got ones at the bottom of airports, but studies have been carried out, and at the moment, there's no objections for Glynaglair.
Councillor Humphrey?
Chair, I was just said in your little speech there that there's 75,000 for the in business rates. I just want to make sure, especially with the new members of the council as well, is business rates do not get paid to the borough council. We collect them on behalf of the government. So there's been no, in terms of contribution to the council coffers, doesn't work like that. For everybody else's benefit, I thought that point out.
We know that we pay.
You just know you pay.
We do pay.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? I just have one question, if you don't mind. I understand one of the great issues in terms of solar farms and what have you is connectivity to the grid. Have you got a slot that would allow you to be connected?
We have indeed, Chair.
And when would you anticipate being online?
At the moment, we're forecasting the 26th connection. So by the time we build the project and get everything ready, that fits in with the time of this application.
Thank you. Do members know the questions? In that case, thank you very much indeed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chairman.
And then I see you able to answer them all on your own.
Yeah.
So, members, any comments, speeches, proposals?
There are some questions, and it's more about the wider scale, because I think this is now fifth or sixth application for solar farms across our borough. And obviously with our housing local plan, we've got a very strict control over the designated sites, and this seems to be a weaker area. So I've been looking into what other areas do, and I was wondering if we can get guidance on some sort of idea of whether we can have a specific solar allocation. I know that some places have looked into using their tarmac areas, so car parks and large sheds, buildings, warehouses. And I understand that there's obviously difficulties with structural issues and they become more complex. But actually, rather than seeing all of our greenfield spaces taken up by enormous solar fields, when we are defending them quite harshly to the detriment of some residents from housing, whether there is more that we can be done to actually have a strategic aim to control that development, and whether or not, especially if you kind of think about working with our partners, so you've got places like the RICO, which is an enormous, vast area, which could be utilised for capturing solar, which isn't at the moment being utilised, and whether there's a smarter way to work. And I also had queries around, obviously we've been given assurances that they will be using localised labour, but there isn't a localised labour clause in place that we can feel confident that's still a voluntary obligation, and whether or not that if we are looking to be advancing our solar panel distribution across our borough, whether we can look at maybe making more benefit for the local populations and economies. So not specifically about this, but generally moving forwards.
So I'm taking all that as not a comment on this application.
No, but
so,
yeah.
Yeah. So, Mrs. Barrett, I think that's for you.
I'll go first, Mr. Chairman. I reported a couple of meetings ago, I think now, on changes to the General Permitted Development Order, whereby the government is looking to introduce permitted development rights for solar panels or solar canopies on car parks, supermarkets and commercial car parks, such as on our estates. I'm assuming that as with these things, that permitted development right will go through. And therefore, there's the opportunity for landowners of car parks to take up that right without the need for a planning application. On the wider issues, then that is something that can be taken up through the Council's Climate Action Plan, and that can feed into a review of the local plan at any stage when that starts. As you're aware, the local plan was approved in 2021. We will have to start work on a review of that plan, and we'll have to take account of all updated information and evidence that's available. And clearly, the energy situation is one that we will have to take account of at that particular stage.
I don't think I've got much more to add other than just to say that, yeah, it's a growing issue that we're well aware of, and that we do need to have a look at that and to have a look at the work that we need to do to actually fill that gap.
Just on the point about number of solar panels, and as picking up on what the chairman has said, Councillor Gosling, the point of connection is key to the location of these. And if there is no capacity in the grid elsewhere in the borough, then these applications will come where there is capacity, which is why we're getting them in this part of the borough rather than elsewhere in the borough. So it's not a planning issue; it's an opportunity issue from the developer.
I did have a query about that. Can I? Is that okay? Thank you. Just why is the infrastructure for our electricity so? Because obviously it's in some areas the maximum capacity, and why is there? What are the reasons? I just need to understand the reasons more why there is a kind of a seemingly unfair distribution of electrical capacity. Or
right, Mr. Chairman, that will have to go to the national grid, not.
And the other thing is that I'd say the response from the applicant will further application. There is quite a bit of information.
There is, and which is what sparked my question as to why there was the disparity between the two sites.
So I think, Mr. Brown, to follow on what Councillor Gosling said, there is clearly a deal of there's a need for more information from members on this. So I think it would be helpful if we could look at some form of training on this for the board as a whole and any of the members who are interested. I think we are undoubtedly going to see more applications of this nature, and some background information would be helpful. If you wouldn't mind taking that on and arranging some additional training, either as an adjunct to the next training session or as a specific one.
My other small point, actually it's a massive point, localised labour clauses, because it's something that under HS2 we didn't necessarily see the benefit of initially, and we've had to kind of fight for. And it would be very useful if we could expand our control of local labour clauses so that we can make sure that actually our local economy is benefiting from development lines.
And we'll add that in.
Fabulous, thank you.
Members, any other comments or questions? Hopefully on the application would be useful.
Thank you, Chair. I was really going to thank Jeff for his mention about plans going forward, because one area that I'm very keen to see, it's not just on this application here, but I'm very keen to see, like Councillor Gosling, is where we've got the opportunity to use company roofs, flat roofs, what have you, and I'll be interested to, I'm sure there'll be a plan I can have a read through about specifically about new build, where you should be hopefully saying you've got new housing that you automatically have solar panels onto that house. And I appreciate, as Jennifer said, it's down to getting onto the grid, but I look forward to seeing a report, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. On this particular application, I do agree actually about the strategic view, but on this particular application, I think the representative from the Parish Council made some really important points which we will need to look at further. The point about visibility and scale particularly, we just need to get a feel for that. So I'm quite happy, Chairman, to propose the recommendation that we should go for a site visit.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hayfield?
I share the Parish Council's concern about the sheer scale, the size of this application. It's big stuff. And I really still feel very uncomfortable about having sites this size prompted the ring belt. Just me, but I'll second Councillor recommendation, the window of this report.
Thank you very much. So members, the application is for, this application is noted and that we arrange a site visit prior to its determination. Mr. Brown, I think it would be helpful if that could be arranged in course of the summer months, so there is enough light to see it in the evenings rather than having to go on Saturday morning.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. I can clear a date with you and obviously with the applicant.
Thank you. Members, it's been proposed and seconded that we note the application and have a site visit. Can I see those in favour? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. We now move on to application number 164 for Peel House, 79 Witherley Road. Mr. Lawrence King has indicated he'd like to speak. So, Mr. King, if you could take the Speaker's chair while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a repeat of this on the slides, the papers that you have in front of you. The site plan there is in red. Witherley Road it is along here. Obviously, the queuing store is just opposite where you see the lay-by there, which is where the bus stop is. 79 is the property here, which stands forward, and you can see the proposed garage location here, set back behind the rear elevation 79. The plan is not up to date, as members are aware. The Planning Commission has granted for a new house at the back here with access up Nursery Road. That's mentioned in the report. And then in terms of the design, the front design facing Witherley Road would be this, which reflects the design of Peel House. As you can see, Mr. Chairman, it's recommended for approval. There is an objection from the Town Council concerned about space around the site. But as I said, following the appeal decision, with the house at the back, that now carries less weight than it might have done originally.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. King, welcome to the Council House.
Thank you.
Mr. Tobin will now explain the rules on public speaking. Mr. Tobin.
Mr. King, I'm sure you heard when I speak to the other speakers, but you'll have 3 minutes in which to address the board, so I'll let you know when that time starts. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining, and then I'll let you know at the end of that 3 minutes. The 3 minutes starts now.
This application is for a double garage to serve Peel House, 79 Witherley Road, Atherstone. We've recently obtained planning approval for a new build and an extension of the cottage in the rear garden of Peel House, with both of these buildings having access from Nursery Road. This means that the current access to the cottage from Witherley Road is now redundant, which is a long tarmac drive across the front of Peel House. We propose to reuse the space created by reducing the amount of hard standing which surrounds Peel House by replacing it with garden and shrubs to create more green space and amenity for Peel House as shown in the application drawings. The proposal for the double garage is set back from Peel House to occupy some of this redundant driveway. This allows us to park our cars in the garage, which will then create space and improve the outlook from the front windows of Peel House, with this space no longer being needed for parking. In addition, this provides a more secure arrangement for our cars, considering that in the time we have owned Peel House, there has been 1 attempt at car theft from the drive and 2 other break-ins and thefts from outbuildings. In terms of the design of the garage, we have commissioned an architect to design the garage to be subservient to Peel House, but to mirror the attractive features of Peel House in the design of the garage, as shown in the submitted drawings. These features include the sloping roof, the ornate wooden decorative barge boards, the stylized motifs, which would be installed on both ends of the garage, together with iron roof finials and small windows. In conclusion, we believe the garage design complements Peel House, improves its amenity, and together with the space created and the green landscaping, will provide an improved street scene from Witherley Road rather than the current tarmac and vehicle parking. Thank you, Board.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Councillor Wright.
Obviously, I hear the explanation you put forward. I know that it's got 2 stories together with the staircase. So could you just explain the use of the upstairs floor?
The upstairs floor is going to be for storage and office space. It's not going to be living space. We're mirroring the sloped roofs of Peel House, and therefore we had the opportunity of having some limited storage and or office space above the actual garage floor.
Okay.
My apologies, Mr. King. Your comment on cars being nicked reminded me I haven't locked mine. Do anyone else have any questions? In which case, oh, sorry. Councillor Ridley.
So it's not really a question, it's just a comment. Congratulations on ripping up tarmac and putting down grass. That's all I can say. I mean, I just think it's that's the way we're going out there. So thank you.
In that case, thank you very much, Mr. King. Members, over to you. Councillor Dovics.
Yes, I know this house extremely well. I got married there. In answer to your question about the garage, there is actually an existing garage at that point, which is 2 stories. What this seeks to do, as far as I can see, is to turn that round and actually turn what at present is not a particularly nice building to look at into one that actually complements the Pale House itself. One of the two of the comments that are in the papers are about the sort of curtilage of the house. And one of them is that it has been hemmed in by modern developments around site. Another one is that it is a non-designated local asset. Now, personally, I don't have any problems with this development of the garage, but I think that there are 2 possibilities for going forward. One of them is that I think that this building, the Peel House itself, should be a designated local asset, and I have talked to our heritage officer about that. But the other thing that we could do today to protect the look of the curtilage around that building is to take away permitted development rights for the rest of that site, so that no further building can be considered over the rest of what remains of the site. Obviously, the site is already a lot smaller because we've passed planning permission on appeal for the garden area. So I would support this, but I would like to either take away the permitted development rights or pursue as a matter of urgency getting this designated as a local asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, could you just give us some guidance as regards the removal of permitted development rights, given that this is an application for a garage rather than an application for the whole site?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Permitted development rights relate to extensions to houses as well as to outbuildings in a garden area or curtilage, and I'm assuming this is what Councillor Dovics is referring to. To be technical about it, it's Class E of Part 1. So therefore, any condition that the board may wish to add will be to remove those particular rights, such that the planning application will be necessary for any other outbuilding within the red line shown on the plan.
Are you sure it's Class E of Part 1?
I am, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst looking at the design of it, it looks very complementary to Peel House. One of my concern is that if you look at the internal structure of this, it could very easily be turned into what they call a granny annex or something like that. Could we have a condition put on such that it remains as a garage in perpetuity?
Mr. Brown, tell us which.
Condition 3 is already there, Mr. Chairman. Purposes incidental to the residential use. An annex can be incidental to the residential use. It doesn't have to. If it goes beyond that, then in fact planning application would be necessary. So condition 3 here, in my view, Mr. Chairman, does that job.
So to assist Councillor Jarvis, is there anything else that you could put into that clause to bolster his aim?
I'll look at the wording, Mr. Chairman, yes, but at the moment, it may just need an extra sentence added on, but yes, I can do that.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Sorry, the only thing that's in my mind is how we address Councillor Dervick's 2 questions.
We can take that up with the Heritage Officer directly, Mr. Chairman. If Councillor Dervick has already spoken to Jennifer, then she'll know about it, and we'll get her to contact Councillor Dervick.
Thank you. So, Councillor Dervick, to move us on, I'm happy to move consent, subject to the removal of permitted development rights, as has been, forgotten it now, class something of part 1. And also an amendment along the lines that Councillor Jarvis suggested. Is there a seconder? Thank you very much. Can I see those in favour? And those against? Thank you very much. That's fine. We now move on to application number 108 for Daphne's Wood, St Michael's Close, New Arley. Mr. Edward Asprey has indicated he'd like to speak. So, Mr. Asprey, if you take the speaker's chair, and Mr. Brown, if you could introduce the report.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, nothing much to add to the report. Members will recognise this particular site from a couple of meetings ago, where we had an application to do some work to trees in Daphne's Wood. And what's happened now is that rather than to come back separately, but every time we want to work to a tree, it's now proposed as an overall management plan for the site, such that if works are under the umbrella of that management plan, they'd be consented without need to come back to every single planning committee for those items. There has been full community engagement with this, so I suspect, Mr. Chairman, that there should be no objection to this.
Mr. Asprey, welcome to the meeting. Thank you. Surprisingly, we'll now go through the rules for public speaking. Mr. Toby.
I'm sure you've heard that you'll be given 3 minutes to address the board, so I'll let you know when that 3 minutes commences. I'll let you know.
Just say just before I start that there was some slight confusion in what you said there, Mr. Brown.
I think that technically this counts within your 3 minutes, so sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
So if you get, I'll tell you when your 3 minutes begins, when you've got a minute remaining, and then at the end of that 3 minutes. So, okay, so your 3 minutes starts.
Okay, just before we start, the tree safety works are slightly separate from this management plan because they're dealt with by Warwickshire County Council. So yeah, thank you so much for having me along. So I'm Eddie, I work for Warwickshire Wildlife Trust. We manage a suite of 4 LNRs, one of which is Daphne's Wood. And we manage the habitats within those sites on behalf of North Warwickshire Council. Daphne's Wood's an ancient woodland. The 5-year management plan that you hopefully have all seen runs between 23 and 28. But the 10-year woodland plan within that obviously runs for 5 years. So this management plan carries on from the last management plan and proposes some fairly low-key management. The management's all done by hand tools. There's no big machinery on site. What we're aiming to do is revert the woodland back to a kind of Warwickshire oak woodland by slowly removing the sycamore within it at a rate of somewhere between 3 to 6 trees per year. We're doing some thinning of holly and elder, which are proving a little bit invasive on the site. We will, of course, take every opportunity to retain veteran trees, to retain the features on site and respect the archaeology. We are proposing some coppicing of hazel. Coppicing is cutting native trees down to ground level and facilitating their regrowth to make sure we've got a woodland in the future. We will manage the adjacent grasslands by cutting them manually and raking off the uprisings and also the scrub habitats. Most of the work identified is done by volunteers, including local volunteers as well.
We have 1 minute more.
Okay, we identified some areas of the woodland as non-intervention, so we don't intervene in them. We would just respect them, and of course, tree safety works are done by the council. We undertake future monitoring of the wood, and we've already started that. That includes woodland condition and the condition of the grasslands. We undertake breeding bird surveys. So that's monitoring we do, and it's worth just stating that I think you've already heard that TPO covers the whole of the site. So adjacent to our management plan, it's about to come off the consultation. We are hoping to get TPO permission to last for 10 years of the management plan, so it runs concurrently. That's been done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for our speaker?
Obviously, we visited the woods, and thank you for the time that was put in and the advice given. I still have, and this is expressed because of the safety work which is also going on, and the management plan that seems to have stepped up a level. We still have some slight concerns about just exposing the ground levels to more brambles and to more invasive species, and actually not doing the justice to the shady plants. I know that we have got, is it Archangel, the ancient woodland species that are in there. We need to kind of make sure that we are protecting those, and just to be, and I know we talked about there's some flexibility in this, in that obviously as the plan goes on, it says that we will fell a sycamore each year. If you run out of sycamore in that area, then there are no more sycamores. So I understand that this isn't, because actually in the grid it looks as if we're felling a number of trees across the year, whereas there's only 2 trees in those quadrants. But seeking reassurances really that felling will be done sympathetically to the other work that's going on at the time, and to make sure that the forest floor is preserved in shade and it's not opened up too much. I think that's it. Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the sycamore does cast a fairly dense shade, so I think reducing that a little bit will help the woodland. And we will always try and maintain, so the woodland looks like a woodland, not a managed woodland, a copse woodland, even though the centre of it is thinned out a little bit. So we are aware of that, So that's why we propose a fairly, 1 to 3 sycamores over, I can't remember exactly what it is, every other year, something like that. So we're aware of that, and there is some bramble control as well within that management plan, so that's removing some of the bramble. So bramble's not necessarily a bad thing. It's very good for wildlife. It's good habitat for butterflies and other species as well. So,
Councillor Hayfield?
I kind of know Daffod's Wood because I'm in Raleigh, but I don't know much about Daffod's Wood. How big is it in terms of acres and stuff? That's part of the question.
2.54.
Is that acres?
What?
4 hectares, 2.54 acres.
Acres, 2.54.
Tiny, very, very beautiful.
Who's answering?
Go ahead.
Ancient woodland. Why is it an ancient woodland?
So ancient woodland in this circumstances means over 400 years old.
Over 400?
Over 400, yeah. So you will be looking at the woodland, and you will be looking for features such as extensive bluebell cover, wild garlic, all these plants that you use to say that this woodland is ancient. They will, a great number of them will be there. Along with the ancient trees, there's some fairly big oaks in there as well. So,
what about public access?
There's informal public access in there. And I can't recall if there's a public footpath that runs along the boundary of Morgan Close, but it's certainly permissive access.
Councillor Farrell?
Thank you, Chairman. Colin has just mentioned about the public footpaths, etc. So that's helpful. You touched on about bird monitoring. I was interested as well. What are the monitoring of other wildlife that you are doing or to do in the future when you're doing this work for the next 5 years?
So we have annual or biennial surveying of woodland condition, and by that I mean crown percentage cover, regenerating trees to make sure we have a woodland in the future, because that's what we're always aiming for, in infrastructure and making sure we've got some young trees to replace the old ones that when they fall over. Yeah.
And do you feel you'll be introducing any of the wildlife into the area?
Not reintroducing, it's more management of the existing habitat to make sure that the stuff can recolonise or colonise out into the landscape. So it's our management plans tend to be less species focused and more habitat focused.
Thank you, Chair.
Just one question then from me and Astrid. I couldn't see any reference in the report to Japanese knotweed. Is that because there isn't any? But if there was, would you get rid of it?
Yes.
Excellent answer.
There is no Japanese knotweed on site, and yes, we'll get rid of it. And there's also no Himalayan balsam, or the other one is giant hogweed, and none of that either.
Marvellous. Thank you very much. Members, any other questions to our speaker? In which case, thank you very much indeed. Members, the proposal would be helpful.
I'll propose.
Thank you very much. Seconded. Thank you. Any other comments?
Brilliant.
In which case, all those in favour?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry, that was a question. Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Wiley.
This is a really mature approach to managing delicate spaces, particularly from a professional partner who has an expert eye and an expert knowledge on the Warwickshire Wildlife Trust strategy is now about nature recovery and the restoration of sites at risk as well as the maintenance of good sites, isn't it? So I wonder whether there are other locations within the borough where we should think about how we can work with a trusted partner like the Wildlife Trust to agree the long-term management plans that don't need them to be coming back to the board on every occasion. It sounds as though this is really good practice that we should think about how we extend it. It's wholly conversant with the ambitions that are in the local plan.
Absolutely agree. I think we have some other management plans, Mr. Brown, but can we take that on board?
I'll take that on board. Maybe Dorothy that takes that through in future work. But yes, that's not a problem.
I would have asked her to speak, but I was wary that you'd push in again. So, members, those in favour? Sorry, Councillor Goodman.
It was only a quick one, this was originally a community project to get it listed as a local nature reserve. This is a very much a community asset, and we meet fairly regularly in the woodlands to join in with the volunteer work, and just to thank the officers that attended with me on the day, and Ed himself, and all of the volunteers which maintain the woodland. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Hesitant to go to a vote. Is there anybody else that wants to speak?
Can I have the last word after?
In that case, all those in favour? And those against? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Now move to application number 133, Hartshill Hayes Country Park, Oldbury, Hartshill. Mr. Christopher Lewis has indicated he'd like to speak. I guess I'm going to ask you to take the Speaker's chair while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a repeat of the slides that we already have. Hartshill Hayes, as you see, is quite substantial. For members that know it, the car park and visitor centre is here, off the access off Albury Road. The reservoir is here. The actual memorial location is down at the top of St Lawrence Wood before you go down the very steep track down to the bottom of the valley. As the report says, there are other memorials in this particular area, so it won't be standing on its own. And then some illustrations of the actual memorial itself. Bottom. I've got nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Lewis, welcome to the Council House.
Thank you, sir.
It will be a great surprise to hear what Mr. Tobin has to say next.
Thank you.
Mr. Tobin.
As for the other speakers, you'll be given 3 minutes in which to address the board, so I'll let you know when the 3 minutes commences, when you're 1 minute remaining, and then when the 3 minutes is ended. So, just to start my stopwatch. Your time starts.
Thank you. Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here just to add a little bit of context to the application that we've put before you. I am employed by the Warwickshire Police and Crime Commissioner as his Road Safety, Roads Police and Policy Lead, but I'm here particularly tonight to speak as Chair of the Warwickshire Road Safety Partnership Operations Board, which oversees remembrance of road traffic victims in Warwickshire. Just some quick context, regrettably, just some tragic statistics to share with you. We would expect currently about 30 people to die on Warwickshire roads annually. We would expect about 50 people to sustain catastrophic injuries of the sort of loss of limb, paralysis, serious psychological trauma. We would expect about 270 people to be seriously injured as a result of road traffic collisions on Warwickshire roads at current rates, if I dare put it that way. In Warwickshire, the partnership has been very active since 2020 to try and do more to remember road traffic victims in Warwickshire. This is in recognition of the work of the World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims, which is truly a global movement and which is recognised nationally and internationally at government level. We had our first service in 2020, but due to the pandemic, we had to do an online type version. We followed up in 2021. Last year in 2022, in November, the third Sunday of November, we had our first physical service at St Mary's Warwick, which was very well supported, and it is our fullest intention that that remembrance event will sustain. In coming to a conclusion, I would just like to underline the feelings and views of victims and survivors of road traffic collisions in Warwickshire, but it goes beyond that. They feel unheard, they feel invisible, they feel that they are not recognised or fully understood. And I'll finish with this message from the Chief Executive, Nick Simmons of Road Peace. Road Peace welcome and strongly support the memorial. Remembering lives and the devastating impact that road crashes have is so important, along with making other road users aware of the everyday risks of road use. As the national charity supporting road crash victims, our members know how important it is to acknowledge and make sure the impact of a road crash does not go unnoticed. That's a personal message to yourselves from Mr. Nick Simmons, Chief Exec of Road Peace.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Hayshaw.
Admirable intentions. Why Hartsell Hayes? One of our hidden gems. Not desperately easily accessible. Why Hartsell? Why there?
We were looking for a place in Warwickshire which offered a sort of form of sanctuary, quietness, solitude, a place where you could generally go, stand, sit and be quiet and reflect. We had a very honest conversation, knowing the sensitivities about Warwickshire. Should it be north of the county? Should it be south of the county? Should it be east of the county? And quite frankly, being a resident of the northern part of the county, I personally suggested Hartsell Hayes, having personally good knowledge of it through leisure walking my dog, knowing that the Memorial Wood is there. And I put that to my colleagues, which resonated. We then approached Warwickshire County Council to see if that was viable. And we had support, absolute support from the county, as they are the sort of the owner of the park. In terms of accessibility, we viewed it, in actual fact, we think it's got good accessibility in terms of coming off the motorway network, M42, coming down the M5, the A5, good access on other roads. So yeah, we didn't see that as an issue.
Councillor Hobley.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify where it is. The map is a little bit confusing. Is it where the other memorials are, where you can see the three counties from where you're standing?
I think we're on about the same place. I mean, I would describe it as driving in, of course, through the main entrance, park up, walk along the pathway that, so if you look across to your right, you've got that splendid view going across the counties.
Yeah.
You then come to the existing wooden structure, which indicates you've got the Memorial Wood. and it's right by there.
Oh,
Is
brilliant.
the proposed.
No, that's great. I just want to congratulate you on it because I'm a Hartshill resident, I'm councillor for Hartshill. And we've had a few bad losses on our local roads of late. So I think it's a perfect location. I've sought solace there myself before, so, you know, just brilliant.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting if you open up with some statistics. So we still know that more than 300 people a year are killed and seriously injured on the roads across Warwickshire. Yeah. Without doubt, I support your intentions, and I think your intentions are good. I remain concerned that the A5 continues to be the most dangerous road anywhere in the county, and that nothing appears to be being done. We had the last fatality 6 weeks ago with a man cycling to work. I remain concerned that nothing is being done about Coleshill Crossroads, and indeed we had a really serious accident there this week. I remain concerned that nothing is being done about Forlongley Crossroads, and I remain concerned about the fact that nothing appears to have been done about 446. So while I support everything you do and totally agree with everything you say about the recognition of people that have been killed and who suffer, I'm really concerned that nobody really seems to be taking accident prevention in North Warwickshire seriously. Because as I understand it, we still have the highest proportion of anywhere in Warwickshire for people having to be extracted from motor vehicles by the fire service. So 31%, I think it is, of all extractions happen in North Warwickshire. And as you know, geographically, we're tiny. So this cannot be right. Excuse me, Chair, every opportunity I raise the statistics because I am concerned that not enough is being done to prevent more victims.
So, Mr. Lewis, I interpret that as a question as to what are you doing about it?
I think in Warwickshire, yes, it is a challenge, but in Warwickshire, we are recognised as a progressive county in terms of trying to respond to the challenges. And by that, I mean the fact that we have the Warwickshire Road Safety Partnership, which we have rejuvenated over the last 3 to 4 years, is now recognised by peer professionals as a excellent partnership in terms of effectiveness. We've adopted the now highly recommended safe systems approach. So we have groups of professionals looking at safe vehicles, safe speeds, safe roads, safe road users. It's a new philosophy within the road safety world. It's called safe systems. One of the other component parts of safe systems is about how you respond to post-crash care. And this work fits specifically within that group. The partnership has adopted a target to reduce all death and serious injury on Warwickshire roads by 50% by the year 2030. Not even national government will set a target. We are, I'm not going to say we're the only one, but I would suggest there is only a handful of partnerships within local authorities who have dared, if you like, to set a target. So whilst I fully appreciate there's always more to be done, we're doing our level best to reach that target by 2030.
Hiya, thank you. Just on the back of that, we had a meeting with Warwickshire Highways regarding the key sort of roads in North Warwickshire that were accident black spots, the A5, Woodford Lane Junction, Ansley Common, and we were told that the 3 key areas that would be focused on were South Warwickshire, North Warwickshire didn't have enough accidents to warrant any movement or anything to be put in place to prevent these. So on the back of that, while we all know that things need to be done on these roads, but when we've been told on one hand that South Warwickshire is more important, as it were, and we're not getting our sort of fair share, while there are accidents on the roads killing children, it's a little bit frustrating.
So if you could provide a brief answer, then I'll bring us back to the discussion of the application.
Yeah, fully accepting death and serious injury on our roads is very emotive. I have never ever been party to any form of conversation which has remotely suggested that South Warwickshire is regarded as more important than North Warwickshire. I mean, if you can direct me to that source, I would gladly follow it up. From where I sit, we look at the county as a whole, and we look at the statistics, we look at the evidence, and we look at the intelligence. There is no discrimination at all in terms of the geography or politics or anything like that. I would say, in actual fact, probably wrong use of the word. The only bit of discrimination in all of this for me is the fact that we've positively sort of looked upon Hartshill Hayes and wanted to put something in North Warwickshire to reflect how important this is. In terms of the A5 and Woodford Lane, I'm personally very aware of that junction. I don't live too far from it. The A5, of course, is a strategic trunk road. It's the responsibility of National Highways to get movement on engineering works around A5 Woodford Lane, for example. We've got to bring National Highways into it. It's more than Warwickshire County Council as the local highway authority. But I understand your sensitivity around the A5 Woodford Lane. Absolutely.
So if I could just summarise what I think my colleagues are saying, they would appreciate more information and proactivity in the broader areas of what your organisation does. And I think this would perhaps be helpful if at a different time we could have a broader conversation.
Absolutely.
About these issues, because I am conscious that we are straying from the application. Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I will support this application. I do realise how important it is for the families of victims of road accidents to have somewhere to go and remember them by. I like the design of the monument. I think the location is also good, and I believe it's just by where the memorial trees are. So I think it's a proper location. It's particularly poignant that it should be in North Warwickshire because, without repeating all the statistics that have already been shown to this meeting, North Warwickshire has the highest rate of killed and serious injuries on the roads in Warwickshire and very high compared to the country as a whole. And whilst, as I say, I do support this, it would have had far more impact if this had happened at the same time as having a focus on our dangerous junctions and dangerous rural roads. Because just to have this, I don't want it interpreted as a celebration of the fact that we have the highest number of killed and seriously injured on the roads. You know, it is an issue, it's been there, and I understand that we've got a number of partnerships that look at this, but I'm sorry, Chairman, I asked them what has the impact been of these partnerships in terms of the actual figures. You may have targets, but I'm yet to see anything that brings those figures down, or indeed addresses. We've got something like 5 of the 10 most dangerous junctions in Warwickshire, in North Warwickshire. Where are the plans? So it's difficult to just ignore that while supporting this monument. So I will propose the recommendation.
Not yet, Councillor Bell. We're in questions to our speaker.
I thought we were in discussion.
No.
I beg your pardon, I'll say it all again in a minute.
Councillor Bell, we'll look forward to that.
I thought we were in discussion.
Councillor Dervix, if this is a question.
It is a question.
Off you go.
Will we be able to see support of your group in campaigning for the improvements that I personally, and Councillor Bell, and Councillor Riley, and many others in this room have been campaigning for on Woodford Junction on the A5 and Junction in Coleshill and the other yeah.
And the question for the speaker would be helpful.
That we have been mentioning because we have been campaigning for years, and we really need as much support as we can get, because we don't seem to be getting anywhere with the highways agency at present, and we need everything possible to push for these improvements.
Absolutely.
No. Mr. Barrett, could you, in training for members, go through what questions for speakers are about? Ms. Lewis, a brief, genuinely brief response, please.
Yes, sir. There are some conundrums in the system. I think, let's face it, in the sense that we operate as a partnership. So any agency, so the classic members of the partnership are Warwickshire Police, Warwickshire Fire and Rescue, Warwickshire County Council as the main highways agency for most of the roads in Warwickshire. National Highways have a place at the table, West Midlands Ambulance Service do, and the partnership is open to anyone who's got anything relevant to contribute. And we discuss, as I say, all the evidence, all the facts, all the intelligence in terms of what's happening on our roads. However, there is a prioritised approach from Warwickshire County Council, for example, in terms of what they regard as the priorities. And I'm not going anywhere near in terms of a South Warwickshire preference, but there is a prioritised way of operating. What I would like to say tonight is anything that I could personally do within the groups that I am to help focus the North Warwickshire concerns, I'll gladly do it. I'll gladly come back to this forum with a presentation, about the here and now. We can look back, we can look forward. One statistic I would share with you, which absolutely shocked me the other day, but in irony, it is a positive. If we reflect back as far as the 1960s, then approximately 19,000 people were dying on the roads of England and Wales a year. 19,000. That figure now is somewhere in the region of 2,000. So we have come a long way, but there's no room for complacency.
Thank you. We will certainly take you up on that request for a briefing, and I can assure you I will sit in front of you and ask you questions about the planning application. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you. Just one quick comment and then a question. First of all, Councillor Riley mentioned about the, as a Coleshill member, mentioned the A446 Coleshill. Of course, we appreciate as well around the motorways and M42, M6, etc. You talked about a partnership and a report. I'm just wondering whether you're able, through the partnership, bring something to the table, possibly. I think it's the 10th of June when the Police and Crime Commissioner, I think, will be visiting Coleshill. So that would be very helpful. That gives us a great opportunity, especially with the junction of the Green Man being looked at for traffic lights, etc. I think that would be very helpful, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I appreciate your forbearance.
Thank you, sir.
Members, I assume you've got nothing left to say, but anybody wishes to, Councillor Bell, the potted version?
Chairman, I'll just propose the recommendation.
Second.
I had something to say. I didn't speak because it's not a question. I've been sitting here silently.
Councillor Gosling, as you got it right. Over to you.
Thank you. I'll try and not turn it into a question. Yeah, I think sadly, very tragically, that it's entirely appropriate for this to be in North Warwickshire because of all the reasons we've said. I know some of the parents who are going to be visiting us. I attended the funerals of their children, and it is awful, really tragic event. And I don't think there is any celebration here. I don't think this could ever be a celebration. It is very, very bittersweet for you to come here tonight and to quote those statistics to us and to tell us those facts again that we are already brutally aware of and have been challenging again and again and again. I have sat in meetings with Councillor Bell, with the parents of the deceased children, and talked about Anstey Common Road, talked about the junctions, talked about all these things, and we were categorically told that despite speeds of 90 miles an hour at 9 o'clock in the evening on Anstey Common, that was a mean average road. There are 100 of them in Warwickshire, and we only have funding for 2. And until that changes, this is going to perpetuate. And this is going to be greater, and there are going to be more and more parents that I can name standing around this monument. So although I think it's beautiful, and absolutely we do need to do it, and it needs to be a public place so people are aware of the impact of their driving, but you can, I'm sure, appreciate that this is not a resolution that we would have liked without the investment to change the outcomes.
So, members, I think the application has been proposed and seconded for consent. Are there any other comments you wish to make relating to the application? Thank goodness. Those in favour? Any against? Oh, remarkable. That's granted consent. Thank you very much. We now move on to application number 58 for 25 Wood Street, Wood End. Mr. Gordon has indicated you'd like to speak, so Mr. Richards can take the speaker's chair, while Mr. Brown introduces the report briefly.
I guess, Chair, I've just got stuck on the slides at the moment. But anyway, in terms of the application, there's a couple of things I want to say. The slides actually are repeats of the photographs and plan that you have in the papers in any event. There's been concern about the description of the application. That's now been changed to a single-storey rear extension. And the photographs indicate the extension, as you can see, as built. There's also been concern on planning issues as well as building regulation matters. For the new members, those are completely separate. You are dealing here tonight, Mr. Chairman, if I can say so, with the planning issues. The building control issues, the foundations and drainage are matters for the building regulations and outside of your remit. I understand the building inspectors are involved in this particular site. And they have been advising the applicant, and if necessary, they will take the enforcement action in that respect. But as far as we're concerned tonight, we look at the planning issues, and as you can see from the report, Mr. Chairman, we have no objection to the extension, even though it is retrospective. And members, new members to the board will let me tell you that it is not illegal to do something without a planning permission. You can submit retrospective planning applications, and that's what's happened in this particular situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Richard, welcome to the Council House.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pass over to Hayden Phillips, Councillor, who has offered to speak on my behalf. And if there's any time left after he's finished speaking, I have my own comments to make. Is that in order with the...
It's slightly difficult because you have 3 minutes to make your comments. Councillor Phillips can, as you probably guessed from what's gone on before, members can talk and talk and talk. So if you'd like to make your comments, I'd suggest you do that now, and then we go on to members. Not I'm suggesting Councillor Phillips will go on as much as other members have done tonight.
No, I have fully discussed my problem with him. And I asked him, would he speak on my behalf? This is my first time here. And he said he would. And I thought it would be better for all your colleagues, so as into a councillor, rather than myself as a bystander. But if you wish, I can spend my 3 minutes. I have spent the last 3 days writing my notes regarding this extension next to myself. So the choice is yours, Mr. Chairman. Do you want me to speak, or do you want Mr. Phillips?
Councillor Phillips will be speaking later.
He will.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I just remind you, I know you've sat here and listened to 5 times now.
Yeah.
So I'll let you have 3 minutes to address the board.
Okay.
So I'll let you know when that starts. When we've got a minute left, and then that starts now.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have lived in number 27 Wood Street since the building was built 60 odd years ago. We've developed it better than what it ever was. No problems with anybody in the neighbours, very harmonious type of place. And then when Councillor Lewis passed away last year, the house became available, a bungalow, and then it was sold to Mr. Skeldon. Mr. Skeldon then started to talk about he wanted to see what we had done with our property, i.e. the B-shaped conservatory. He came out to my place, made him very welcome. He agreed that's what he wanted. And that was all quiet then for a couple of weeks. Then it was changed. He didn't want a B-shaped conservatory. He wanted a lean-to conservatory, which was subsequently changed to what the building is now. Now, when I told, in my estimation, Mr. Skeldon that he needed planning permission, being as there's already been one extension on this bungalow, I was told categorically, no, I don't need to bother. And I said, I think you do. Anyway, it then turns out that he put planning application in, which was cancelled because there wasn't enough details. And this was done by the planning department. Then resubmitted plans have been put in, as I understand it. I haven't seen these plans. I've seen no measurements of the building at all, no discussions whatsoever, but it has carried on being built. And as late as today, yeah, okay. And as late as today, there have been more alterations inside. There's now a petition being put inside this last week. I don't know about that. I haven't been told. Perhaps they shouldn't have to tell me. But has it all been put down in the planning application, the retrospective application that I've not seen a copy of? Neighbours don't know what's been going on. They keep asking me because there's no notification being put on the telegraph pole outside. So nobody knows what's going on. But it's gone on. And it's got to a stage now where you'll see my reports before, my letters to you, and the aerial photographs I've sent to you. This is an absolute enormous building on a small back of a detached bungalow that's already been extended. Now, this cannot be right in this day and age.
That's the end of your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Members, do you have any questions for our speaker?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I can't let you speak. In which case, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for listening to me.
Members? Councillor Church.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Can I just say that because I've been involved in this with the neighbours, I've tried very hard to got to look as if I'm predetermined, but I think that may be perceived to be predetermined. I will abstain on this particular vote. But Mr. Richards called me into this and asked me for my opinions on the extension. And as I say, as he just said, his main concerns were that he spoke to his neighbours and this was going to be a conservatory, and and he ended up with a brick wall in front of his conservatory, which is sort of a bit of an annoyance. And also, like he's just explained the retrospectiveness of it. When Mr. Richardson put in for his extension, he had to put in planning permission. He put in to provide drainage, had to provide all the plannings, and that. As he's explained to me a number of times, well, what's the point of the planning committee if people can just do as they please and do it retrospectively? In fact, his complaint has to be retrospective, which is, as I say, extremely annoying. One of the reasons I asked this to come to the committee was, again, because when it was put down on the papers, it was put down as a conservatory, and it didn't meet my definition of a conservatory. It was a brick-built building, and I perceive a conservatory as a lightweight building. I was concerned about whether the footings had gone in to meet the standard. Again, about the drainage, and that was one of the problems that I've seen. And also that when I visited the site for Mr.
Richardson's side, and I was concerned about some of the levels. Now, so the planners have looked over this and they're saying it's fine. I haven't read any reports on the building regulations. As I say, that they were my concerns. Mr. Richardson's concerns were the fact that the conservatory, and it's ended up as a brick built building, and I think he's right in thinking that, and I did explain to him that we as the planning committee are quite annoyed sometimes when people retrospective. We speak to have a lot of this retrospective, and I did find it difficult to justify the reason for the planning committee when we talk about lots of retrospective, when people can just build a building and just get away with whatever they see fit. As I say, they were my main concerns. Was it fit for purpose? Was the footings fit for purpose? Was the drainage? And as that's under sort of building regulations, and we haven't seen the report on that. If the planners are saying it's fine, I've got no sort of reason to move a motion against it, but I did want to raise the concerns. I did promise Mr. Richardson, whether I won the election or not, that I would turn up. It'd be an excuse to come down and see you all and speak for a last time at the planning committee. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I'm going to have to speak more often than not. So those are my concerns, Chair. And as I say, I will, because I may seem to be predetermined, I will abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Fitch. Mr. Tobin, any legal guidance for members on this application?
Because in terms of Councillor Fitch's role, he's made it clear he's not going to be participating in the vote. From what he said, you take that in the same manner you would take any address from an applicant or objector in any case. The fact, as said in the report, the fact that the application is retrospective doesn't mean that anything is wrong as such, in terms of it's not an offence to build without planning permission. You still have to consider it on the basis of the application before you, rather than what's happened to date. And in terms of building regulations, whilst that's broadly within the remit of this board, in practice it is enforced under a partnership agreement, and that is I would say a much more objective standard, in as much as if footings are dug to the correct level, they're dug to the correct level, and it will get approval. If the right materials are used, they will be approved, etc. But the most important distinction is that regardless of whether building control have a problem with this or not, that won't affect the planning merits. If they found, for example, you were to grant permission and they had a problem with the materials, the structure, etc., they can still take enforcement action, and vice versa. Just because you refuse consent, it doesn't mean it would mean they would the building would have to be perhaps removed if enforcement action was taken, but that wouldn't tie the hands of building control in any other steps they wish to take regarding the building if they wanted parts of it removed, etc.
Councillor Goffin?
Just on the legal issue, I think if this had come forward as a fresh drawing, I think we would have questioned some of the design choices. But I understand that it is, within their right to do it. If it was to come forward and building regs require the building to be removed, and we've given planning permission, I assume they can build exactly the same building back again with the correct building, the footings and the whatever else is required by building regulations. So once we've given permission for it, then this is the building we get, regardless of.
Subject to any amending application that the applicant may wish to submit. Councillor Harrington?
It's always irritating, may not be illegal, but it's always irritating when people see retrospective applications, because other neighbours, as in this case, will say, yes, if you went to follow due process, and look, there's this building suddenly there. But in terms of tonight, the planning application is retrospective. It's an application for what's there. And what I can't see in the report is any planning reason why that planning consent should be refused. So I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you, councillor Hayford. Any other comments, members? Would anyone like to second the recommendation or propose an alternative?
Chairman, I'm happy to second it because for the very reasons that Councillor Hayfield has just alluded to.
Thank you.
In situation.
So, Chair, on the other hand,
I'm sorry.
Could we defer until we get the building regulations back?
Mr. Brown, any guidance on that? In essence, yes, if the board wishes to defer, you can defer. It's just whether the relevance of the building control application.
From a planning point of view, Mr. Chairman, we're recommending there is no planning reason for refusal. Therefore, I would obviously recommend that planning permission be granted. In terms of the building control aspects, we don't know how long that will take. I know the building inspectors have been out on site, and there could well be changes. And as you said, that will result in an amended plan through the planning process. So there is a procedure to pick up changes as they come through later on. But I can't tell you at the moment how long that process might take. There's no planning reason for refusal.
So I think the answer is yes, you can defer if you wish to, but there isn't a planning reason for doing so. It's only if you wish. For members to feel more comfortable about it.
Building won't go anywhere, and it can still be used, can't it?
Yeah.
As Councillor Gosling says, the building's gone up. I think it'd be a fair shake for everybody to at least, if there's re-proposals, to have a fair look at it. I think that's a fair decision. It might not be have an exact reason, but it's certainly fair, I think. So I might propose that we defer it. That's
okay.
You want a second?
Councillor Derricks?
I just wanted to reiterate what Councillor Hayfield said about retrospective planning applications. I think this board made it very clear through you, Chair, a few months ago. It was reported in the press what we thought about retrospective applications, and that we thought that there should be much heavier penalties for it.
Councillor Gosling?
I was going to second the motion.
Thank you. Any other? No, Councillor Charles?
I was going to say exactly the same as Councillor Phillips, that if the building inspectors find something that is drastically wrong with it, and as Councillor Gosling said, we've approved the plans for it, in theory it could go down and back up exactly the same. So I would agree with Councillor Phillips that if possible, we could just defer it until such time as the building inspectors have done their report and know that it's been built to the appropriate standards.
Yeah, just to reiterate Mr. Brown's point, that's not a planning reason. And for any application you give permission for applications that get permitted development rights, or which there's no objections or granted by officers, if they don't comply with building regs, they could be in a position where they take them down, and it's their problem. If they got it wrong, the issue of whether to grant permission won't hinge on that, because you could have any development which no one had any concerns with, no objections were even made. If it's built wrongly from a technical point of view, and that's what building regs are about. So it won't alter the planning merits in itself.
So, members, I think the guidance you're getting is that planning deals with the principle of whether or not this should be allowed to be built. Building regulations deal with the specific technical detail. So, Councillor Phillips, would you like to change your recommendation to propose a deferment for a site visit, which I think would get to the same place that you want to get?
Yes, I propose a site visit.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Gosling. Members, those in favour of deferment for a site visit, please show. And those against. That's carried. This item is now deferred for a site visit. We move to application number 544 for land 550 metres east of Broad Farm, Astley Lane, Astley. We have two speakers on this. The first is Ms. Deborah Spicer. Ms. Spicer, if you would take the speaker's chair, or Mr. Brown. Oh, sorry, you're on Teams. I apologise. So if we could ensure that Ms. Spicer is connected to us on Teams while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Mr. Brown.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As members are aware, this item was deferred a couple of meetings ago with following quite a lengthy debate on this particular proposal, and a lot of questions were asked or clarification sought by the board. As a result of that, a letter summarising that discussion was sent to the applicant, and a copy of that is attached as an appendix to the report that you have in front of you tonight. The applicant has responded with a very full technical note, and that's also attached for you tonight, together with a technical note about alternative sites, and that is attached in full. Additionally, the applicant has amended his proposal, and that's the plan that you have in front of you on the screen at the moment. There are 2 or 3 changes to the initial proposal that you considered last time. First of all, there is now to be a 10-metre wide woodland belt around the western, northern, and eastern side boundaries. And this is this particular area here, which wasn't there when the application, not in that depth, when the application was first submitted and you considered at the last meeting. The second is that the relocation of all of the plant and buildings. This was mentioned by one of the objectors. The applicant has taken that on board, and they are now to be located here in the far northwest corner. Members, when on their site visit, we walk down here, so that will be in the area here. The site compound for the construction of the solar panel farm, if granted, would be in this area anyway, and therefore they've moved all of the plant equipment out here, and that removes it from the site completely. So visually, it's in a better location because of the treatment, the woodland buds, as you can see here, and also members mentioned a noise issue, a noise impact issue, and here it is well away from the existing residential properties down the front of Astley Lane, which members saw on their site visit. So that is of benefit. The maintenance track would also be down here in the valley, and not where it was coming in the site halfway through that particular access down to the farm. So those are the amendments that have come in, and they are all beneficial to the overall proposal, Mr. Chairman. The report outlines a summary of the applicant's response under section 2, and there's quite a substantial amount of information that came in response to the principle of this particular proposal, and also to the energy security issues and to the government policy on those issues at the present time, and that's outlined in the appendices which you have attached to you. A couple of outstanding matters. First of all, the chairman did ask for some images, which in fact were circulated last week. There are hard copies in front of you at the moment, and they're up on the screen as well. This particular image, and the one that I will say follows, is from the worst case situation on the site. This actually is in the valley at the bottom of the site, which I highlighted on the location map a few moments ago. So we're in the valley of the site, and the houses, as you can see on the skyline here, are the one at the front Astley Lane. And there's also just about, you can see the barrier of open land between that and the arrays before they fall down the contours. That image is after landscaping after 5 years, and the second one, larger trees, is landscaping after 15 years. But I do need to point out that is the worst case scenario in terms of the visual impact on the site. Secondly, and I circulated this today because it's only just been agreed, you'll see from the committee report under paragraph 3.5, there was an issue to do with noise. The noise conditions that we were proposing, in fact, for the same structure, the same content, as has been approved elsewhere in the borough on solar farms, And these conditions are now agreed with the environmental health officer. And again, they were circulated today, Mr. Chairman, but there are hard copies on the tables in front, desks in front of members tonight. Those have now been agreed with the environmental health officers. And the references in there to certain locations are specific to the site, as you can see from the tables and those conditions. We have received objections, and the parish council, no doubt, will be referring to that when the speaker speaks later on. Those objections repeat what has been said else in previous reports and refer to greenbelt issues and to the loss of open countryside in a rural area. So overall, Mr. Chairman, the recommendation has always been here through to approve subject to conditions. And the recommendation now is also to approve subject conditions, including those from the environmental health officer, and updating all the plans to take account of the latest amended plans. As members will be aware from previous reports, if this is minded to support, the application will be referred to the Secretary of State, as all the other solar panels have done. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, if necessary, as we go through the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. So our first speaker is Deborah Spicer. Ms. Spicer, welcome to the meeting. Can you? I'm sorry, we can't hear you. I think you're on mute. Can you try again? Still can't hear you, I'm afraid. No sound.
Things won't allow to unmute. I don't know if that's something we'll have to override. Fine.
Can you just write something on a bit of paper and hold up to your screen? Just say you're on mute.
I think she knows.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Can indeed. So you might not have heard the various warnings about rules on speaking at public meetings, but just for the avoidance of any doubt, Mr. Tobin will explain them for you.
Good evening, Spicer. That you'll be allowed 3 minutes in which to address the board. So I'll tell you in a moment when that 3 minutes starts. I'll tell you when you have 1 minute remaining, and then I'll tell you when the 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. So I'm a resident of Astley. I know that the Astley Parish Council haven't yet debated and voted on the solar farm and fed that back. But they are having a meeting this Thursday, and residents have been invited to feedback with their comments. So I'm speaking on behalf of residents who do have objections that they wanted you to be aware of this evening. And I appreciate that some of those have now been addressed in what Jeff has said previously. So whilst these residents aren't against solar panels, and they are unhappy with greenbelt and good farmland being used for solar farms rather than buildings being used, there are concerns about the increased traffic with construction and services vehicles on the lane, an area that's already busy and apparently with a high number of fatal accidents on the bend close to the entrance. I appreciate that has been addressed tonight. They're worried about the glare from the solar panels to the homes and surrounding farmland. There's concerns about the solar farm spoiling the environment and enjoyment for walkers, ramblers and residents. And one resident said they're surprised that the Coventry Way and Warwickshire Wildlife Trust have not been advised about this planning application before, but I don't know whether that is factual or not. There's disappointment and concern about the noise levels for nearby residents. Will there be a constant hum from the solar farm throughout the night was one of the questions, should the site go ahead. The impact on neighbouring farms in terms of staff doing tractor work, moving livestock around, and the potential depreciation to their farms was a concern. And concerns of impact on local wildlife, including nesting birds, hares, surrounding livestock. Concerns about risk of birding flight, mistaking solar panels as water with fatal consequences. And there was a question about whether wildflower meadows would be planted by the family in order to mitigate the impact. And I've nothing further, Mr. Chairman, so thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Members, do you have any questions for us? I just have one question, if you don't mind. I heard you say that there was a meeting on Thursday. Do you know if the applicant will be attending that meeting, or is it just the parish council? I'm sorry. We need to go on to sign language, I'm afraid, because I couldn't hear anything. You were turned off again.
Sorry. Having technical challenges. Letters have been sent to every house in the parish, so every resident thereby will be aware of the meeting because of that letter, and is welcome to attend.
Okay, but do you know if the planning application, the people who are?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Just to check there's no more questions. So thank you very much indeed, Ms. Spicer. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Ben Parkins. Mr. Parkins, I'm hoping that you are there and ready to talk to us.
Yes, good evening all.
Good evening, Mr. Parkins, and welcome back to the Council House, even though it's... in case you've forgotten, Mr. Tobin will hand you the regulations for public speaking.
Good evening. You've probably heard it many times before. You'll be given 3 minutes in which to address the board, so I'll let you know when that time starts, when you have 1 minute remaining, and then at the end of that 3 minute period. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening all. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee again. If I could just start by setting out the broader context in which this application is being made. The BBC recently reported that scientists think that there is now a 66% chance, up from 20% 3 years ago, of the Earth being 1.5 degrees warmer for the first time in the next 5 years. This means that global warming is accelerating, and alongside this, there is a clear need to strengthen domestic energy security. Locally, the proposed solar farm would power over 5,000 homes annually from secure green energy. We have listened to your concerns following the last committee meeting, and we have looked to address these. Regarding noise, the substation and control building have been moved away from properties on Astley Lane. The noise assessment has been rerun and demonstrates that the solar farm is unlikely to be audible, thereby local immunity would be protected. Taking on board your comments on visual impact, a substantial 32-foot wide tree belt has now been included to envelop the southwest, west, north, and southeast boundary of the site. In total, this would consist of 3.7 acres of woodland belt. The hedgerows and trees will consist of native species, including field maple, hazel, holly, elm, oak, and rowan, amongst others. Any views of the solar farm from the footpath to the south would mostly be limited to users heading in a west to east direction, with the experience of the solar farm only being transient. Footpath users heading in the opposite direction would, in due course, only be seeing hedgerows and trees. Although strictly not a planning consideration, but by way of an update, since the last committee meeting, the applicant has signed and sent a unilateral legal agreement to Astley Parish Council committing to community fund. Another query raised was regarding the case for very special circumstances. To confirm, these include the Council's Climate Change Emergency Declaration, energy security, saturated energy grid with few points of connections available, opportunities for skilled employment, farm diversification, including the viability of agricultural production, significant wildlife improvements, soil regeneration, and the temporary and reversible nature of the solar farm. To conclude, the solar farm would respond positively to North Warwickshire's Climate Change Declaration while enhancing biodiversity and farm diversification. I therefore urge members to support the application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for our speaker? Just one from me, if I may, Mr. Parkins. Did I hear you correctly when you said that you had now reached an agreement with the Parish Council?
It is a unilateral agreement, so it's a document that the applicant has signed, but it's not like the Parish Council it's not the type of agreement that the parish council agrees to. It's just a commitment by the applicant that if permission is granted, then they commit to contributing to community fund. But there's been no discussions as such with the parish council about the community fund.
And just to follow on from my question to the earlier speaker, were you aware of the meeting on Thursday, and are you attending, or is that not the case?
Yes, I think we were aware of the meeting. We'd be happy to attend if that would be helpful. I think it's fair to say that we are aware of the likely objections, or the nature of the objections, or the comments that people would raise. Hopefully we've addressed those comments already. But if considered prudent, we'd be happy to attend.
And in all honesty, Mr. Parkins, it's not something that will be appropriate for the board to comment on either way. It's not our meeting, and I don't know if the parish council or whomever has invited you to attend. If they have, I think it's good consultation, but I'll leave that with you and the parish council. Members, do you have any questions? In which case, Mr. Parkins, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Members, over to you. Any comments? Councillor Riley.
Chair, I danger of repeating the conversation that we've already had earlier on in the meeting about the earlier application site. I suppose with this, I'm conscious that the parish council don't appear to have completed their work in terms of their consultation response. Clearly, it's a massive development. Clearly, it will have a huge impact on the community. As I sit here tonight, I think that I would benefit from understanding what the parish council's full consultation response is before we move to a decision. Now, I appreciate that we are against some time limits, but would the deferment to the next meeting be an option, or a later meeting, so we can just have all of the views?
It's entirely within the board's control, so if you'd like to propose a deferment, we can vote on it.
Well, in that case, then please, I propose a deferment on the basis that we get a full consultation response from the parish council.
Thank you. Councillor Power, you were seconding as well.
I was going to second anyway, so yes, what Councillor Rowley said, I think is a very good proposal.
Member John, any other comments before we move to vote on that? In which case, it's been proposed and seconded that we defer to await the results of the meeting the parish council will have on Thursday. Now, I would say in this context, members, the parish council have had quite a long while to consider this, but there has been an election in the way, so I think it's entirely reasonable for us to give them time to follow. I would have thought for an issue such as this, the previous parish council would wish to try and understand if there was any change to their composition before moving ahead. So I don't think it's too unreasonable. So all those in favour of deferment? And those against? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. So that item is deferred until the next meeting. We'll now move to application number 350 for 164 Long Street, Dordon. Mr. Glover, that would be you, I guess. Thank you for bearing with us so long. If you'd like, I'm sure you could take this as well as I can, but if you'd like to take the Speaker's chair while Mr. Byrne introduces his report, then Mr. Tobin will talk you through the rules for public speaking. Mr. Byrne.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just run through the slides up on the screen rather than having them on the paper version. The red line here is the application site. Number 164 is here. So the access is on to Long Street, as you can see, to the rear of the property. Dordon surgery is here, and the recreation area is as you can see here. Just moving on. This is an illustrative layout of what 6 houses might appear. As you can see, it just basically around a cul-de-sac, because that's really the only option that they have with the site in that case. As the report says, Mr. Chairman, the main issues here have been to do with highways. A couple of things on that. The access here at the front And also, what I'm going to say is at the other end of the site, in other words, down here. As you'll see from the report, the land on this side of the application site is already allocated for residential development in the local plan, the substantial housing allocation in Dordon. So there will eventually be housing on this particular site if planning commissions are granted for that in due course. This site within the red line is inside the development boundary of Dordon. So therefore, given that and the residential development on this side, the principle of development of this site is supportable as a sustainable location. What we have been looking at is linkages through to this site, to this particular allocation site from this site. Now, clearly, there should be no vehicular access through to there, and I'll come to the front in a minute. But there is an opportunity here for perhaps pedestrian and cycle linkage into the allocated site, and the conditions that are attached or recommended do include that opportunity to be followed through. In terms of the access, and this is the main concern, as you're aware, the Highway Authority objected initially. And there's substantial engagement between the applicant and the Highway Authority to see if they could overcome the Highway Authority's objection. And that has now been achieved. There's been, as I said, that the applicant's been working with the Highway Authority, and amended plans have come in to show a different type of access which the Highway Authority are satisfied with. And that, I apologise, is not something on the screen, Mr. Chairman, but that's the plan which you have in front of you on the desks tonight. You can see there that in fact what's being proposed is a bell mouth rather than the straightforward axis coming in at 90 degrees. The Highway Authority is satisfied with that particular layout, that arrangement, and therefore has no objection subject to conditions. The conditions are that that particular access be employed, and secondly, that there be a maximum of 6 houses on the site. Access is used coming onto Long Street, and also they are supportive of pedestrian and cycle links through to an allocated site. Should that ever, when the application comes through, the two sites can be seen together. So, Mr. Chairman, the application is recommended for approval for the reasons given in the report, subject to the amended plans which have the support of the Highway Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Connor, Mr. Hogan,
I'm sure you've heard several times. In a moment, I'll let you know that you have 3 minutes to address the board. So I'll let you know when that starts. I'll let you know when you have a minute, and I'll let you know when the time. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening. This is an outline application only with a detailed access, and we're asking the board to approve tonight. Blue Homes is a local family business, and we've got about 6 staff. We put an application in back in July, August last year, and it's obviously taken a considerable amount of time. A lot of work and effort's gone in. It's not a site that's going to be land banked. It's a site that we're looking to start July and August this year. So we have a real need for our business. The other site in Swaddling Coat finishes July and August time. So obviously time is of the essence for us. We've still got the reserve matters to deal with. Obviously, within the reserve matters, there's a lot of detail to do and a lot of expense, a lot of reports, probably £35,000 to £50,000 worth of costs to get into the final detail. So all we're asking you to do is to follow the officer's recommendation for approval. The situation of the highways, you may understand that what we've done is we've consulted extensively with the Highway Authority. There's been no real issue. It's just a process of doing a road safety audit that then our guys do. That then gets independently audited from the outside source. That then gets sent to the local authority. They then send it internally to their checkers to check the road safety audit. There's been nothing within that report that's raised any concerns. So everything in terms of supporting the application and on appeal would be that the Highway Authority have no objection. Obviously, if approved tonight, it's an important consideration that we do have consent for one house at the rear of 164, which is on the detail. That is a live consent that we could build if we haven't got enough work for the lads.
So the idea was to take that plot out, if you look at the layout, an indicative layout, and put the 6 plots to the rear. So the idea was that the 6 scheme, if we can get that through tonight and then do the detailed reserve matters, it takes a little bit of the impact away from the residents of 164 and the house on the front of Long Street and the house of 172 on the rear, and puts a low dense development in the rear element of the site. Obviously that harmonises then with the larger 2,000 house development on the other side. Most of the items really are to do with the reserve matters, links, house types, designs, consultations, biodiversity. There's a lot of work that we'll go into with the planner in the detail of the scheme, but it's the devil's in the detail, if that makes sense. So we're only asking for outline at this point with approval for the access, which has been approved by Highways. We do have an absolute need to get on with this application, and it is shovel ready. We want to start, and I know the local authority have a need to help developers through this process.
Yeah, that's your opinions. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Butler. Members, do you have any questions for us? Councillor Grothing?
What perceived impact do you feel there is? So do you want to mitigate some of the perceived impact on 164? What?
We've got, if you look at the approved dwelling, Mr. Brown will be able to show you where the approved dwelling is, that we've got consent for at the moment. The idea was that we're not going to build that if we get permission for the 6 at the back. That's in the detail. Put my glasses on, sorry. Getting old. So there's an approved plot at the rear of 164. And obviously with doing the 6, we can create a more of an open and green aspect to the entrance and take away the impact from those 3 dwellings. If the approved plot that we've got, no conditions for discharge, we can start that tomorrow. But obviously we're limited on labour. So obviously we've got work to find the guys in July and August. So we wanted to progress with the application as soon as possible and do the detail on the 6 rather than having to put that at the rear. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excuse my back.
Yeah, sorry.
I take it one of the boundaries actually adjoins the playing field, is it?
Yeah, there's one of the reports Mr. Brown says a noise attenuation report to be done and consultation within that. I think I'm going into the detail, which I didn't really want to. Potentially a noise attenuation fence, depending on the noise impact survey. That's where was previously allowed, but that's something within the detail we've discussed with the planner.
And that's where the Japanese knotweed is.
Yeah, we've been talking to the council, and I understand you've got a company appointed now to treat the knotweed on your land, and it's on the embankment. I have been trying extensively for 6 months to get the council to treat knotweed, and I understand that's in progress finally.
I've just got an observation. Obviously, I'm a Dordon resident. I will probably abstain from the vote. I kind of feel that.
So is this a question?
Well, it kind of is coming on to the fact that there's obviously a lot of traffic up there. Could you explain what the highways have said to you around how you're going to mitigate that?
Yeah, we've had a detailed report which is a road safety audit. So we agree a brief with the highway authority. We have an independent road safety guy to come and design a scheme and look at the visibility displays. Visibility displays are 59 metres, which is the maximum that you need on a 30 mile an hour. There's also a speed bump at 50 metres, which is on the right hand section, which will, not many people do drive straight over the speed bumps. So you do naturally slow down when you get to the speed bump. So obviously, if there's more traffic, the visibility requirement is lower. So if it's more traffic coming in, like pulling out onto a motorway, it's obviously harder pulling onto a motorway than it is at 30 mile an hour. So when there's more traffic, it makes it easier to pull out. So from my point, the highways have rubber stamped all of the design, and it is a detailed design. We spent 4 months agreeing this, so it's not something that we just put on the back of a fag packet. It is a detailed design that would be difficult to challenge.
One other question in terms of the the Long Street, the actual Long Street, there's a weight limit up there. It's not enforced, but there's a weight limit there. Do you envisage any?
That again, part of the detailed design, that you do a traffic management plan to show the direction of the traffic in. Pretty standard stuff that you design a safe access route for construction traffic. It's called one of the conditions that they've put on us, that we have to provide that plan to show the route for the vehicles to come in and out, and what size vehicles. Sometimes you restrict the vehicle sizes, but that's something that'll be dealt with within the plan.
Any other questions, members? In this case, thank you very much, Mr. Members, any comments or proposals? Councillor Ridley?
I was really delighted when I read this last night that the mention of Dordon Neighbourhood Plan was in there. Obviously, it's been read by everybody, I think, and I was grateful to see that all the cycling and walking routes have been considered, which is sort of like one of the overarching principles of the neighbourhood plan. The neighbourhood plan has been examined and it is due to come to referendum, hopefully in the next few months. I think it's going to be difficult for me to vote on this anyway because I've had a lot to do with the neighbourhood plan over the last 5 years. And I understand Mr. Glover's need for his business model and to get this off the ground as soon as possible, and to get it spade in the ground. I think that's what he said, shovels in the ground. But this has got to be right for the people of Dordon. We've got to get this absolutely right. And I appreciate that this will back onto the potential H4 site for 2,000 houses, and that this is in the development zone. But as we're all new, well, there's a lot of new board members, including myself here, I just really think that it would be very beneficial for us to have a site visit, and I would seek a deferment on the grounds of actually attending and having a look at this, because those 6 houses are going to share a drive in and out, which is, I don't think it doesn't look that big, and I understand that there's the Dell access. But I do really think it would be really beneficial for the board to have a look at it.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to second that motion, Chair. I know that both retiring local members were concerned about this, and I think it would be wise to have a site visit and see what's happening.
Councillor Haysham?
For once, Chair, I'm fully in agreement with the site visit. It's part of the borough I know particularly well, and I'd like to see what it is. Times I drive down Long Street, I don't like it. Too busy, too many bumps. So I'd actually like to see what it actually feels like driving up there and perhaps looking at the entrance and things. So I think I'll third it.
I would look forward to seeing you on the site.
That'll be the first time.
We'll go there after we do.
And just about the specifics, so you've got a 5.1 metre driveway, which seems to be quite extensive and long. And obviously, serving 6 dwellings, that in itself is going to be a challenge. But actually, the construction lorries actually getting off Long Street, which is challenging at best, into that area to actually deliver materials and things. That's, significant concerns about the actual logistics of the site.
So, the convention normally is when we've had a proposal and second to the site visit, we take the vote on that and suspend discussion until we have that. I do have a question I'd like to ask, though, but let's take the vote on the site visit. Can I see all those in favour of a deferment? And those against deferment? That's unanimous, so the application is deferred. Mr. Brown, during the period of deferment, I'd like to understand a little bit more about this issue over the applicant told us he would forego the existing consent. I don't know if you've had any discussions with the applicant over foregoing the extant consent for one house. I'd like clarity, please, over whether that is to be formally rescinded, or whether we would risk the situation of having 7 houses rather than 6, And if indeed whether 7 houses rather than 6 would affect your recommendation. So if you could follow up on that and let us know at the next meeting, that would be helpful. So members, that's been deferred. I think there are no other applications to consider that have members of the public, so we'll go back to the beginning of the agenda, we started all those hours ago, and look at agenda item number 5, which is the government consultation on the infrastructure levy. Mr. Brown, anything to add to your report?
No, Mr. Chairman, this is quite a challenging report to write because the consultation paper was a couple of inches thick. And there's a lot of detail in there. But on the other hand, once you've read it, there's a lot of detail missing and a lot of clarification still needed. So we've done our best in trying to summarise that change for you in the report. Clearly, the observation section and the implication sections do raise the questions that we had. This will be a substantial challenge and substantial change to everybody in the council, not just planning, and it will be very, very resource intensive. The other interesting thing is that the government itself is saying this will be introduced over 10 years. That gives you some indication of the challenge and the technical details that there will be. Dorothy and I will do our best to answer some questions, Mr. Chairman, but we've done our best in providing you as much information as we possibly can.
Mr.
Brown, you point out the fact that it's going to be resource heavy, much resource needed. Are we short of the bodies to do it at the moment? And would there have to be a plan or any help in terms of getting people in to be able to work it through?
I'll have to discuss that with obviously colleagues, senior colleagues, but the short answer is yes, Councillor Humphreys. We've got no in-house valuation officer. This is all to do with viability and values. We have no officer in-house able to do that. The planning issues, clearly we have the resource, but clearly there's also going to be issues of monitoring, auditing, and chasing money, basically. Which in fact the finance division will not have resources to do. And then finally, the infrastructure issues. Whilst we will have to discuss with colleagues what those infrastructure requirements are going to be, there's a lot of work involved in that because it goes well beyond what we've been doing so far under the infrastructure delivery programme that went with the local plan and what we do with Section 106. It goes far beyond that. And there needs to be an awful lot of engagement with the county, the health authorities and other infrastructure delivery agencies. So it's not just planning officers here. In fact, planning officers will probably take a back step on this one in actually resourcing it. The key thing is the valuation. I do know Dorothy wants to add.
Yeah, it's going to be a very technical exercise. And so once the levy has been set, then that is a process then that you're in. And it's that administration and making sure then that you review that on a regular basis to make sure that we are actually achieving the amount of infrastructure levy that we would expect.
Could I add to that, please, Chair? So if you had a free hand and you've got plenty of money, are the bodies out there to be able to recruit?
Well, that's the issue, particularly on valuation. Again, the county's got an infrastructure delivery officer, but that officer will now be working with the 5 or 6 other districts. So therefore, and the health authorities as well. So therefore, there will be a call for extra resource.
Thank you.
Can I just say that the new Director of Resources agrees with that to a certain extent and has agreed the financial implications that are actually in the reports that you have in front of you.
Any other comments, members? Councillor
Thanks. Do we have an understanding of, because obviously we can take some of the fees for implementation out of the levy, but it's I suppose it's around that balance in that we're already trying to deliver 40% affordable housing, which is we're already trying to deliver the infrastructure, and we're still going to have that battle between whether or not we can actually deliver our affordable housing, which we need to, based on the infrastructure costs. Is it likely to be, I suppose it's a $6 million question, is it likely to be sufficient to pay for the officer time and the infrastructure needed and the affordable housing?
Most of the authorities that now operate the community infrastructure levy, which is the sort of source of this, will say they wish they never did it, and wish they never actually became a charging authority because of the sheer administration involved. It'll be very, very difficult. To answer your question, Councillor Gosling, there's still going to have to be some flexibility. There's going to have some negotiation. There's going to have some balancing questions and issues involved here, not just with developers, but with infrastructure agencies as well. Because the levy is based on a charge per square metre. So that money will come in, then it has to be bid for. At the moment, obviously, Section 106 is, we know there's X amount for education, X amount for libraries, X amount for health. So we've got those figures. That will change. We just get a figure, an income based on so much, a levy for so much per square metre. We then have to decide how that is divvied up. Now, whether that's us or there's a bidding process, we don't know at the moment.
Okay. First follow-up question to that. So in the current system, obviously, if a development looks as if it will not be deliverable or financially sustainable in that delivery, there is always then a negotiation. They can come back and say, actually, the 106 that we've agreed to, we can no longer commit to. Does it look like that will carry on through this process?
The Section 106 process may only be possibly on applications that don't create a floor space, and so there's information still required as to actually what happens with those applications. So say for a solar farm, there's no floor space, so what system does that?
Yeah, that's part of my question. But also, if is the negotiation still live once we've agreed it at the beginning? Because at the moment with 106, they can come back part way through and renegotiate. Is the negotiation still live through the length of this?
If it's an infrastructure levy site, so they are paying for the square meterage of it, then it can be re-evaluated at 3 points: at the start, in the middle, and at the end. Now, as a council, you have to take the decision as to when you wanted that infrastructure to be delivered, which may determine which figure fits best with the process. Because it may be that if you want something to be provided in front-loaded, then you actually may want to take the first figure, but then you're taking the risk that the land values or the profit in it may actually exceed that amount. And so the end evaluation may be something that would come to a different conclusion. So when we produce the infrastructure delivery statement or strategy, then that is the time that we'd have to make those decisions as to, well, when would we be asking for the money? And then which trigger points would be when you would reevaluate the actual amount as well. And it could be that in some instances you just wait until the very end, but it's unlikely. I think in the majority of cases you'd want a trickle effect of that money to come through. So the precise detail is yet to come out, but that's how we understand the process will work at the moment.
So members, this report really just for noting and to await further information. But what I will just remind you all, Section 106 is the number of times that we've had to review. It's always subject to financial development, and a number of times we've granted an application with a 106 based on the values at that time. The development takes place several years after the event, and actually, with the effect of inflation and the amount of cash that the residents have to compensate for the effect of the development is less effective. So look, I can see there are some advantages in this for us, as well as there is some risks. But at the minute, we don't need to make a decision. We can't make a decision because we haven't got the full information. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I certainly welcome this report, and I look forward to more reports as well. Interesting, this is going to take some 10 years, and I think if I recall, Mr. Chairman, I think we were looking at SIL something like 8 or 10 years ago when we looked at this. Found it quite confusing even there, but I certainly welcome the environmental assessments and themes as in the report, and so welcome how it's going to be focused on the environmental outcomes such as biodiversity, air quality, and particular noise, etc. And be interesting to see how that will be achieved, but more so with the applicant that would need to actually submit a report on how these will be achieved and on the achievements of the outcomes as a whole. And I'm grateful for Mr. Brown actually talking about the 106, because that was a question that I was going to ask, but I think he's covered that. And like you said, Mr. Chairman, I certainly welcome to further reports coming to the planning board in due course. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One thing I can assure you of, Councillor Fowler, is there will be plenty of reports.
I'm sure it will. 10 years of it.
So, members, I propose that agenda item number 6 is noted as printed in the recommendation. Seconded by Councillor Hayfield. Those in favour? Any against? Thank you very much. Sorry, we now move on to agenda item number 6, which is the government consultation on environmental outcomes. Mr. Brown?
Again, Mr. Chairman, this is a substantial change. As a direct result of Brexit and the government's wish to break links with the European Habitat Directives and environmental directives. As a result of that, the government has had to set up an alternative framework on which to base environmental outcomes. The present system, as you can see, is difficult. And I've outlined the criticisms of that in the first section up to number 3. And we have had real issues with that. And I think members have seen that themselves when they've looked at environmental assessments, which have been literally 2 feet thick of information. Even the non-technical summaries are very difficult to read. And as we say, it does give us the impression that it's consultant versus consultant. And it's not very helpful. So doing away with that is welcomed, and the focus on outcome is particularly welcome. So therefore, the intention here is the government will set a series of objectives. We already know the biodiversity one because the Environment Act comes into force in November, where all major developments have to provide a 10% biodiversity net gain on site or off site. So we know what that is, but there will be similar outcomes on air quality, noise, and what have you. And each development will have to meet those particular outcomes. How they do it is the focus of the change. So therefore, there'll be an outcomes report indicating how the proposal is to meet those particular objectives. And then the focus is on actually making that happen. And as you can see from here, that means not only agreeing mitigation measures, but also verifying that they're put in and amending them if they aren't put in or if they fail. Now, one of the best examples we can give, because we did this on the courses that we had with the government, a minerals authority, like the county, will grant a planning commission say for sand and gravel extraction, or just for the sake of argument. And as you know, the county council will apply restoration scheme. But at the moment, several local minerals planning authorities will not verify that scheme, restoration scheme, has happened in full, or if it fails in part, they will adapt it or amend it to make sure it actually fulfills its purpose, achieves its outcome. That is what's going to happen now. So the focus here is on verification and monitoring of outcomes. And to come back to Councillor Humphrey's point, as he made on the original items, we haven't got that resource at all. And it won't be a planning officer that does that. Most of these restoration schemes will be ecologists, wildlife people. particularly on the biodiversity and environmental gains. Environmental health officers on noise, contaminated land, air quality. We haven't got environmental health officers with those qualifications and skills in-house. So whilst Dorothy and I are very, very keen to see this happen, to make it happen, it is a substantial resourcing issue. And it won't just be for us, it will be for other authorities as well. In terms of the work on the local plan, then again, Dorothy can answer that question. I can give you some information on that, but basically she is saying that there'll be far less work to do on the local plan.
When we produced the last local plan, we produced the sustainability appraisals, and they came in big black folders, and so they would be gone with, but they'd be a lot smaller. But then the amount of time and resource would actually be post-adoption of the plan. So actually making sure that what we say we're going to deliver in the plan is actually then delivered in that outcome. And so at the moment, I would see that the best vehicle for that is the annual monitoring report. And that may be the thing that we could adapt to actually use that. But that's still something that is yet to be decided upon.
Thank you very much. Members, in my view, this is to be welcomed and celebrated. It's a positive change. The existing process doesn't particularly work. And for me, the sort of particular emphasis is the way there is very little in the way of monitoring and adapting or enforcing what happens. Without a doubt, these things are vast and all but impossible for members to understand. Anything that improves that system is a positive. So, members, I would propose a slightly amended recommendation that the report be welcomed and then the rest of it as printed. There is, without doubt, a deal of work to do, but I think this is in the right direction. Councillor Hayfield.
I wonder, Chair, with some of these things where government is setting us almost impossible targets locally, and consultants are producing almost impenetrable reports for us to work with, whether, and we know our resources are limited, but we should be putting out feelers to the other districts within Warwickshire, see if we can take a sort of a combined approach on some of these things. Clearly our needs and our slant will be different, but using a bit of resource from each of the districts might actually give us enough resource to be able to sort of tackle these.
Councillor Hayfield, you have far more experience than I do of the practicality of working within Warwickshire. So
I'm ever the optimist, Chair.
Yeah, quite. I think we'll take that under advisement. Any other comments that are helpful?
Well, I was actually going to say, Mr. Chairman, I certainly agree with the Councillor Hayfield, certainly with the environmental side from Warwickshire County Council and other partners. We should be joining forces with this. So I welcome it.
I'll stick you on the naughty step with Councillor Hayfield.
That's all right, I don't mind.
I'm not entirely sure it's useful. It feels obviously I do understand, and I've seen those big black folders. It feels very negative, and it doesn't seem to a balanced report about the positives that were in the environmental assessments, and whether or not some of that will be lost with the brevity. And obviously I welcome brevity and access for everybody and more scrutiny. But there is a slight concern that all we've got is the problems. We don't have what it was good at, which there were a significant amount of achievements through that process, and slight concern that that some of that can be lost.
I think you make a fair point, and a lot of that will be in the detail that we haven't got yet. But Mr. Barrett, anything to add before Mr. Brown says we can't talk? Mr. Brown?
No, just to say,
particularly on Councillor Gossing.
Just to come back on Councillor Gossing. Dorothy, and when we do the local plan review, we're still going to have to come up with issues and options, and they're going to have to be assessed on a sustainability basis anyway. So we're going to have to do that exercise, if I can call it that, in any event, and that's where the good stuff, if I use your expression, should be focused.
And to Councillor Hayfield's point about, is this something that we could share the workload with other authorities in?
Yes, it's the short answer to that question, Mr. Chairman. We already have a service level agreement for an ecology advisor on planning applications. We would want to see that expanded, clearly, as this happens. And on the other hand, we do know also that the county ecologists are one of the leading authorities on biodiversity again and biodiversity assessments. So therefore, there's a very good resource at the county, but it isn't sufficient to cater for this change, or in fact, over 5 or 6 districts.
Well, there you are. Eventually, we found something the county council is good at. Members, are you happy with the recommendation that I mentioned earlier on? Any alternatives? Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gotham. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. The submission of the Nether Whittaker Neighbourhood Plan for public consultation. Mr. Brown, you're the Chief Executive now.
No, it's a report by the floor planning team. So that's the reason why it's a report. This will be our ninth, I believe, neighbourhood plan that is achieved at this point in time. So they've done consultations previously, they've met all the conditions so far, and this would be a 6-month consultation, which formally would be called Regulation 16, and that is something that the council takes account of. And those representations would then be the ones that we would take forward to an examiner. Happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Hayfield?
Well done, Nether Whittaker, with the recommendation.
Second. Members, I think it's a fair point to note there is a significant amount of effort that local communities have to go to producing neighbourhood plan. They are worthwhile. Golly, the amount of time that volunteers have to put in. So, if you don't mind, I'd sort of add to your recommendation that we commend Nether Whittaker and all of the other authorities, local authorities that have done this work, and hopefully that we can speed it on through a consultation period.
In which case, Chair, the best tribute we can give them is to actually take note of what they say in their plans.
Yeah.
I will look forward to you doing that. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thanks very much. We now move to the other end of the agenda and deal with agenda item 9, which is a tree preservation order for land east of Water Orton. Anything to add to your report, Mr. Brown?
One correction, Mr. Chairman, is land west of Water Orton. It's not east of Water Orton. Secondly, this tree preservation order has already been made under emergency powers, and therefore this particular recommendation is just seeking confirmation of that. We'll come back to you following the consultation period, which will be in a couple of months, and we'll ask you to confirm or not the emergency order.
Any comments, members?
Was the recommendation?
Just a small, is there any way we could have a summary table of the statistics included in the copious amounts of paperwork attached to this so that we don't have to individually scan through them?
I think that would be helpful. Ordinarily, one.
Yeah, but
one
when it's on that,
easy
this
to
is the
understand.
third one now, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
been on that. And if there is a summary table that we can just have them to show us the categories of the trees and show us the preservation plan, that would be really helpful.
Can we leave that with you, Mr. Brown? A summary table to avoid cutting down trees.
You recall, Mr. Chairman, we had advice when we looked at the Dordon TPO that you had to have evidence on every single tree,
Okay.
rather than summary form, which is why we've done it.
And I'm very happy for that to happen, but with the summary at the beginning to help members understand what we're going to read. Members, the proposal has been proposed and seconded. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Tree preservation order, 81 Aldersley Road, Wharton. Mr. Brown, anything to add?
This is at the other end of the process, Mr. Chairman. This is to confirm the making of an order, and again, a typo in the recommendation. It's a plane tree, not a plane tree.
Members? I'll move the recommendation. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 11 is proposed new meter cards. Mr. Brown?
Nothing to add, Mr. Chairman. We obviously will have to wait for the detail that's coming out as to see what the thresholds and conditions and limitations are going to be. But it's the government's response to problems that have arisen, particularly in some of the coastal areas. As we say in the report, it's unlikely to affect us in Warwickshire as a general rule, or in terms of an area of part of the borough. It will affect individual properties. Members will recall some particular properties in Longley where we've had real issues with one particular premises. Whether an Article 4 is the answer, I don't know, because an Article 4 can't be applied retrospectively. That's the difficulty that we have, and trying to anticipate a problem is not a course of action I think we would recommend in terms of making an Article 4.
Great. Members, I'll move the recommendation. Second. Any comments, questions? Those in favour? All those against? Thank you very much. Agenda item number 12 is an appeal update. Mr. Brown, well done, good result.
Nothing down, Mr. Chairman, apart from to say to emphasise that the inspector is to be forthright in some of the language that he uses, and I've prepared that before, which is going to be very useful for further decisions.
Congratulations.
Been noted, Chair.
All those in favour? Thank you very much. Agenda item number 12A is on your desks, members, a TPO for Wharton Lane, Orstray. I'm presuming you've all read it. Anything to add, Mr. Brown?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Move the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you very much. All those in favour? Any against? Thank you very much.
Chair, sorry to interrupt to that point. Just for formality's sake, because that was late. Your express legal power to confirm that there's special reasons, special urgency to be considered. So I take it that by that being moved, you're satisfied.
I am very satisfied. Members, to avoid reading that, I move exclusion of the public and press.
Seconded.
Those in favour? Thank you very much.